Cubaan suara. Cubaan suara.
Buang dua-dua lah.
Cubaan suara 1, 2. Cubaan suara 1, 2, 3.
Let me wish you a very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizer, Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, we would like to warmly welcome all of you and selamat datang. As the master of ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, let me warmly welcome you to this morning's international conference. And please set your handphones or any emitting sound devices to silent mode so as not to interrupt the formalities of this international conference. Your cooperation is deeply appreciated. Kindly be upstanding upon the announcement on the arrival of His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Ridwan, as a mark of respect. Please be informed during luncheon, only those with special coupons will be able to dine at the adjacent hall beside this conference room. Others will have to move on to the first floor for your luncheon. Thank you very much for your kind attention and cooperation.
Okay. Man.
Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. A very good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizer, University Sultan Azlan Shah, we would like to warmly welcome all of you and a very good morning once again. Please be informed to kindly set your handphones or any other emitting sound devices to silent mode throughout the international conference so as not to interrupt the formalities of this conference. Your cooperation is deeply appreciated. Kindly be upstanding upon the announcement of the arrival of His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Darul Ridwan, as a mark of respect. And I want to thank all of you for your kind cooperation and attention. Please also be informed, due to the tight schedule, lunch will begin from 1 to 2 p.m. But please be seated here at 2:15 as the afternoon session on education and research will begin at sharp 2:30 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. So once again, please be informed, the afternoon session on education and research will begin at 2:30 p.m. sharp. But please be seated back in this conference room at 2:15. Thank you very much once again to partake in my announcement, and we wish you a pleasant morning. It's also okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we request all of you to kindly be seated. And this is a great morning for us to learn, share, care our ideas and impart knowledge to the 7th World Conference of Islamic Thought and Civilization 2024. Thank you. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the conference hall is ready, packed to the brim. May I request for all our invited guests in a short while to kindly take their seats. And another gentle reminder, and this is a very important one, to ensure that all handphones and emitting sound devices are either switched off or switched to silent mode, so as not to interrupt the formalities and proceedings of this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed to kindly be upstanding upon the announcement on the arrival of His Royal Highness Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan as a mark of respect during his arrival and his departure. Thank you very much. Also, please be informed that lunch will start from 1 p.m. to about 2:15. Back once again to this international hall for us to begin the afternoon session, which will begin at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention and cooperation, and wish all of you a successful day of learning, sharing, carrying the wisdom as we share and care during the 7th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization 2024. Thank you. Once again, selamat datang and salam sejahtera, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizer, Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, USAS, we'd like to warmly welcome all of you and wish you a pleasant and incredible morning here, bringing to you the 7th edition of the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, WCIT, which will begin upon the arrival of His Royal Highness Paduka Sri Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan. Another gentle reminder, in case you have not done so, is to please check on your status of your handphone and any other emitting sound devices to ensure that it's being switched off or switched to silent mode. Your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, is greatly appreciated. Thank you and terima kasih. So once again, may I request all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly be seated. And this will be the final reminder on the status of your handphones and any emitting sound devices to kindly ensure that it's being placed on silent mode. Thank you once again for being very patient. We will wait patiently for the announcement of the arrival of His Royal Highness Barakah Sri Sultan Ridwan before we begin the international conference. Thank you very much and terima kasih. Announcing the arrival of His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Ridwan, accompanied by the Honourable Prime Minister of Malaysia, Menteri Besar Perak Ridwan, Excellencies and Honourable VVIPs. Hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Please be seated. Thank you very much to the students from Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Raja Pemaisuri Bainun Ipoh and the choir from Kumpulan Selendang Perak, hailing from the Perak State Secretariat Office. Menghadap Duli Yang Maha Mulia, pada Sri Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan, Sultan Nazrin Muizzuddin Shah, Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlan Muhibbuddin Shah Al-Maghfurullah. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun sembah patik, mohon diampun. Patik bagi pihak penganjur the 7th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, WCIT. Dengan penuh hormat takzimnya merafak sembah, menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih di atas limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku, bercemar duli berangkat ke majlis pada pagi yang penuh bermakna ini. Sesungguhnya, keberangkatan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku amat besar ertinya kepada patik sekalian dan sudah tentu akan menjadikan lagi majlis pada pagi ini. Ampun tuanku, patik mohon limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku untuk mengizinkan patik meneruskan sebuah ucapan patik dalam bahasa Inggeris. Honorable and distinguished guests, yang amat berhormat Datuk Sri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang amat berhormat Datuk Sri Sarani Muhammad, Honorable Menteri Besar of Perak Darul Ridwan. Yang amat berhormat Datuk Sri Diraja Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang amat berbahagia, orang kaya Bendahara Seri Maharaja General Datuk Sri Diraja Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Zahidi bin Haji Zainuddin, Pro-Chancellor Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Yang berhormat Datuk Muhammad Zahir bin Abdul Khalid, Speaker of the Perak State Legislative Assembly. His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Yusuf Kala, 10th and 12th Vice President, Republic of Indonesia, and Your Excellencies. Yang berbahagia, Tan Sri Profesor Dr. Noordin bin Kardi, Pro-Chancellor, Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Tan Sri Dr. Nur Azlan bin Ghazali, Pengurusi Lembaga Pengarah USAS Berhad and Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Ahli Lembaga Pengarah USAS Berhad dan Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Yang berbahagia, Dr. Wan Sabri bin Wan Yusof, Vice Chancellor, Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, generous sponsors and strategic partners, learned panelists, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, please accord me the good opportunity to introduce myself. My name is K.T. Pillay, and I'm truly humbled to be the Master of Ceremonies for this international conference. Ampun Tuanku. We begin today's ceremony with profound gratitude to Almighty, the most merciful and compassionate, for granting us the opportunity to gather for this significant event, the 7th edition of the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization, which is hosted by Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, USAS, since 2012. This year's conference brings together participants from 21 countries under the theme, Together We Stand, Muslim and Global Humanity. We extend a warm welcome to distinguished guests from the federal and state governments, esteemed panelists, presenters, and all delegates who travel from near and far. Selamat datang and a heartful welcome to the beautiful and enchanting state of Perak, Darul Ridwan. Simply timely and meaningful because we're visiting during the Visit Perak year 2024 with this theme, Promising Perak. The WIC conference is held under the royal patronage of His Royal Highness Paduka Sri Sultan Perak. The primary aim of this conference is to provide a platform for regional and international leaders, scholars, intellectuals, professionals, and the public to engage in dynamic and rigorous exchanges of ideas and contemporary global issues. Ampun Tuanku. To commence the ceremony with blessings from Almighty, we are honored to have Muhammad Qayyim Nizar Sarimi, the winner of the International Quran Recitation Competition 2023, who will recite verses from the Holy Quran, especially from Surah Al-Imran, verses 101 to 105.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وكيف تكفرون وأنتم تتلى عليكم آيات الله وفيكم رسوله ومن يعتصم بالله فقد هدي إلى صراط مستقيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم صدق الله العظيم.
Ampun Tuanku, let's offer a special applause to Muhammad Qayyim, who read from the Braille book with perfection and ease. He is the winner of the International Quran Recitation Competition 2023. An outstanding and talented young man. May our international conference run smoothly and be blessed. Ampun Tuanku. It's now with great pleasure to invite the Vice Chancellor of Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah and Conference Chair, Professor Dr. Wan Sabri Wan Yusof, to first seek permission and grace from His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Ridwan, to humbly present his opening remarks. Professor Dr. Wan Sabri Wan Yusof, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Thank you to Master of Ceremony. Menghadap Duli Yang Maha Mulia Paduka Sri Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan, Sultan Nazrin Mu'izzuddin Shah, Ibni Almarhum, Sultan Azlan Muhibbuddin Shah, Al-Maghfurlah, Chancellor Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Ampun tuanku, beri berubah ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik mewakili Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah serta para hadirin merafak sembah menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih di atas limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku bercemar duli berangkat ke 7 World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization pada hari yang berbahagia ini. Sesungguhnya keberkatan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku amat patik sekalian sanjungi dan sudah tentunya akan menyediakan majlis pada hari ini. Ampun tuanku, patik mendapat sembah memohon ampun limpah perkenan Duli Yang Maha Mulia tuanku untuk menyampaikan sembah ucapan patik dalam bahasa Inggeris. Yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Sa'rani Muhammad, Menteri Besar of Perak. Yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Diraja Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang amat berbahagia Orang Kaya Bendahara Seri Maharaja Jeneral Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Muhammad Zahidi bin Haji Zainuddin, Pro-Chancellor of Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Yang berhormat Datuk Muhammad Zahid bin Abdul Khalid, yang Dipertua Perak State Assembly, Datuk Seri Diraja Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Minister of Higher Education, Excellencies and foreign dignitaries. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Profesor Datuk Dr. Nordin bin Kardi, Pro-Chancellor Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Azlan bin Ghazali, Chairman of USAS Berhad and Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah Board of Directors. USAS Berhad dan Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah Board of Directors. Distinguished guests, respected speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University Sultan Azlan Shah, WCIT2024, and in commemoration of 25 years of USAS establishment, allow me to welcome you to our 7th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization. Participant presenters and speakers from more than 21 countries the world over converge and explore differing perspectives and share new insights and ideas. The main purpose of the conference is to provide a platform and avenue for regionals and world leaders, scholars and intellectuals, professionals and public to freely interact and articulate their thought in a dynamic and rigorous intellectual environment, conducive for exchange of ideas, all the purpose of addressing real and actual contemporary problems affecting the Muslims and the Muslim world. Initially started as and academic, conceptual, and theoretical discourses, the series soon evolved and took a shape of its own. It moved on to become international academic dialogue, and finally, intellectual and professional discussion, seeking pragmatic solution in order to establish a realistic program of action. While in the past, the WCIT has always involved literally the whole world, discussing on general issues affecting all people, all nations, but this time around, the conference is strictly focused and trained on the Muslim and Muslim world. In other words, WCIT 2024 is essentially about empowering the Muslim to rethink, reevaluate, reinvent, and realign themselves with the world situation so that they stay relevant and mainstream. Time has come to a new world narrative, the narrative of friendships and partnership, one that augurs for collective ownership of world peace and harmony. Just as the non-Muslim world is expected to accept the Muslim as is, the Muslim too must not cover behind petty issues, trivialities, exorbitant claim. In the greater scheme of things, the Muslims should partake as partners and players in changing the world, in the global effort to harmonize the world. WCIT 2024 is a celebration of diversity and a convergence of humanity from Islamic perspective. It's hoped to be able to turn the global logics on its head with a new paradigm of unity of humanity. Together we stand, Muslim and global humanity, is a theme directed to the Muslim world in particular to accept the notions of single humanity and taking the lead of self-examination, self-introspection, and self-correction. Where they are strong, Muslims should be beacons and exemplar of the global ummah as rahmatan lil alameen. Where they are weak and unable, then they should readily admit and learn from others. Existential arrogance should be avoided at all costs. In light of the current circumstances, Muslims have to take the lead in addressing pressing and persistent misconceptions about Islam and misgiving about the Muslim. Not only do Muslims need to face up to such challenges for their own sake and for the sake of other religions, they also need to take up the leading roles of demonstrating to the world that religion, and in this particular case, Islam in particular, has the means to address the problems of social conflicts, and thereby calling upon other religions and communities to partake in the global efforts to resolve conflicts. As an academia, USAS has the unwritten mandate to take upon itself to boldly highlight and discuss global issues academically in non-partisan, non-polarizing, and non-denominational and non-political manners and ways. To the extent that the university is committed to this notion of future new world order, USAS will house the ASEAN Center for Islam, Global Peace, and Non-Violence. The setting up of this center was the brainchild of current Minister of Higher Education, who was then the Chief Minister of Perak, the Honorable Datuk Seri Diraja Dr. Zamri Abdul Qadir. And for the establishment of this center, it was first endowed with 3 million ringgit, courtesy of the current Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid Hamidi. We thank both the Honorable Datuk Seri Ahmad Zahid and Datuk Seri Zamri Abdul Qadir. In closing, I wish all distinguished guests and esteemed speakers and all our participants a very warm welcome. I hope you find this conference intellectually stimulating and engaging, academically fruitful, spiritually fulfilling, and emotionally satisfying. Welcome to WCIT 2024, welcome to Perak, and welcome to Malaysia. We also would like to record our appreciation to the state government of Perak, especially to our Menteri Besar, Datuk Seri Syarani Muhammad, for his support and encouragement to organize this conference. To all our sponsors, your sponsorships are so invaluable to USAS and the conference. On behalf of the university and the conference, I thank you. To my fellow staff, colleagues, and those who were directly involved in organizing this conference, you have worked so hard to make this event possible. It would never have been possible without your commitment and dedication. For that, I thank you. Menjunjung kasih Tuanku, ampun Tuanku. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to the Vice Chancellor of University, Sultan Azlan Shah, and Conference Chair, Professor Datuk Dr. Wan Sabri Wan Yusof, for your descriptive speech delivery. Thank you. Ampun Tuanku. Next is with the greatest pleasure and honor to cordially invite Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia, to deliver his Prime Ministerial Address.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahillazi anzala ala abdihi alkitaba wa lam yaj'al lahu iwaja. Wa usalli wa sallim ala rasulihil karim wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Menghadap Bahduli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Sultan Perak Darul Ridwan, Sultan Nazrin Muizzuddin Shah. Ampun Tuanku, satu penghormatan besar untuk bersama-sama meraihkan kehadiran Tuanku yang menjadi pendorong utama dalam majlis wacana segar seperti ini, dan izinkan Patik meneruskan untuk menyampaikan pandangan kepada rakan-rakan. Timbalan Perdana Menteri Datuk Seri Diraja Zahid Hamidi, Menteri Besar Datuk Seri Syarani, Ahli Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri, tamu-tamu yang muliakan, Pro-Chancellor, Naib Chancellor dan keluarga Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, saudara-saudara yang dimuliakan. Alhamdulillah, kita dapat bersama-sama dan saya tentunya mendukung ikhtiar yang dimulakan sekian lama, meneruskan wacana segar, bicara permasalahan Islam, umat, kebudayaan, tamadun, dan boleh diserasikan dengan tuntutan semasa dalam masyarakat pelbagai kaum, pelbagai agama dan dunia yang begitu rencam. We cannot survive and succeed without a reasoned discourse. We are living in a world termed as post-normal times, where there is chaos, contradictions and complexity, where there is deficit in moral values, in fact, abandonment of moral principles, where politics believe in post-truth principles and devoid of ethical values, where the economy can be propelled with unbridled capitalism without care and concern for the environment or the welfare of the majority marginalized poor, urban poor, rural or in the rural heartland. We're living in a society where families have quite disintegrated. So the conference, of course, to me, is timely. Not to clamor about change by reflecting on the experience of the past, to affect change in a meaningful manner and a practical manner. I don't need to deliberate further on the issues of complexities and the unprincipled attempt by both in the political arena, on the economic and the cultural sphere, where we have lost humanity. Gaza is, of course, a classic example, where in the name of democracy, you can allow and condone total chaos, oppression of the worst kind known to mankind in recent times. So there's a challenge, therefore, to offer a viable, meaningful, effective alternative, and not to be in despair. So that is therefore something that we need to not only engage, but strongly support. And I, of course, encourage with the presence of luminaries like Pak Yusuf Kala, who has been consistent and determined in promoting understanding and peace, even in more troublesome Muslim minority areas. My old colleague George Yeo, you remember George, we involved decades ago while trying to dismantle this concept of clash of civilization promoted strongly by Samuel Huntington. We were there to promote feast of civilizations. Civilizations can be a feast and not necessarily to be used to promote enmity, discord, and chaos. And this reminds me of the classic work, a very small, short article by the Arab-Palestinian scholar Edward Said on the clash of ignorance. It's a very effective way of debunking, or should I say, devastating critique of that notion of clash of civilizations by Edward Said in his article, I think in the Atlantic, Clash of Ignorance. The problem that we confront in this world is complete ignorance. We assume that we know, but we don't. We try and attempt to deliberate most issues, engage in discourses out of prejudice, not out of empathy. The West, post-colonial period, must still retain the old precepts of the other, and therefore the misunderstanding, misinformation, and rejection of the other, what we term now Islamophobia. And we need to be blamed too when we talk about civilization. That's why I commend this university for trying to engage with all the others. How do you then survive and live in a society like a multiracial, multi-religious country in Malaysia and avoid discussing other religions, other cultures, other civilizations, and then demanding that the West must understand us? So I think it is an engagement that is required by us to get others to understand us and for us to understand them. That is why we have encouraged, other than conferences such as this, dialogue of civilizations, Islam and Confucianism, because it's very relevant, not only in Malaysia, but in this region. Sayyidina Ali bin Abi Talib, talking about knowledge and learning and scholarship as lazzatul ma'rifah. There's a love for scholarship. You yearn to get the best, to understand and appreciate. As much as we have understood the injunction of the Quran, using, in terms of epistemology, a very relevant, pertinent terminology, not just tolerance, but lita'arafu. Ya ayuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha, waja'alnakum shu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu. It's not tolerance. It's learning from one another, it's understanding one another, it's appreciating the differences. Because the differences in terms of race or tribe or color is not of our own volition, but what was ordained by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my contention is that we must have the courage and conviction to continue discourse, in the spirit of lazzatul ma'rifah, to understand and appreciate and realize that this is a requirement to achieve not only peace and prosperity or even sustainability through reasoned discourse. T.S. Eliot, summarizing somewhat the same message. Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Now, Ali bin Abi Talib differentiates between information, knowledge, and ma'rifah. We have this mushrooming of information. We have a problem now in the government trying to introduce some restrictions, not necessarily popular, because those who believe in unbridled freedom means we have every right to express our views, regardless of the impact to the society. Even ignoring the fact that girls decided or forced, compelled to commit suicide because this was harassment. So the challenge is therefore to place order and not unbridled freedom or capitalism, but to place values above the expression of individual freedom at the expense of peace and welfare of the society. May the conference live up to that spirit of lita'arafu and lazzatul ma'rifah. And I, without the need to apologize, no apologies, would also recommend to strongly address the issue of governance. Now, I must state that our chief guest, Your Highness, has impeccable academic credentials. So I don't welcome him just as a Sultan, or that's pertinent, but more so because rarely do you have, Your Highness, someone with your impeccable academic credentials addressing the audience. I think because of this, that what you have to say and advise is very, very pertinent and relevant indeed. That our country, as in most Muslim societies, require this message of understanding, of wisdom, beyond just tolerance, to understand that what we lack, what we have lost in our societies today is the meaning of justice, deficit in values, deficit in the values, therefore poor governance, and lack of compassion. We decide what is right, what is wrong, what is just, what is not. Whether we have empathy to the plight of the poor based on interests, values, or parties, not on the principles of justice and humanity. And if you understand the Islamic message, the Khair Ummah that we heard, it is beyond race and creed. May Allah give us strength. In front of Your Highness, I've decided to shorten my speech because we are here to look forward to his address. And I must reiterate this point without exaggeration, that we are blessed, Your Highness, with your presence and your wisdom. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much once again to the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, for the Prime Ministerial Address. Ampun Tuanku, indeed we are all truly honored yet humble with the presence of His Royal Highness, and it is now with great pleasure to invite Vice Chancellor of Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, Professor Dr. Wan Sabri Wan Yusof, to entreat with utmost graciousness His Royal Highness Sultan Nazrin Muhyiddin Shah Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlan Muhyiddin Shah Al-Makfurullah to grace the ceremony with His Royal Highness keynote address and subsequently declare the 7th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization 2024 to officially commence. Ampun Tuanku.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, welcome to the 7th installment of the World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization. It always gives me great pleasure to return to this conference, and today is no exception. This international gathering is hosted by Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, known in Arabic as Jamiah Azlaniyah, and named in honor of my father, Sultan Azlan Muhyiddin Shah, Marhum Al-Makfurullah. I have returned to this conference over the years to speak on topics from global peace to our future world, and most recently, on sharing our humanity. It is without fail an exciting, energizing occasion, a conference that tackles the very biggest questions of our present moment, bringing together great minds to pursue solutions for the future. But before we look to the future through the lens of this year's conference theme, I want to take a moment to look back. For this year's conference marks some very special anniversaries. Firstly, I wish to offer my congratulations to the university in this, their Silver Jubilee year. 25 years ago, 25 years ago, our hosting institution was founded as the Darul Ridwan Islamic College at the behest of my father. Beginning life as a college with a temporary campus in Ipoh, the institution rapidly flourished, graduating to a permanent campus in the royal town of Kuala Kangsar in 2009, and achieving first University College and then fully fledged university status by 2016. My father was there for much of that journey, officiating the openings of both the temporary campus in 1999 and the permanent one a decade later. I know how proud he would be to see the university bearing his name celebrate its silver jubilee. I too am immensely proud. This university is truly a symbol of progress, a heartening reminder of what can be achieved through a combination of vision, hard work, and dedication. I hope all of you enjoy celebrating this remarkable achievement. Today also marks another personal milestone. For this gathering of WCIT marks 10 years, almost to the day, since I first spoke at one of these events. In August 2014, at the second ever WCIT, I spoke about the rise and fall of civilization, the contemporary state of Muslim affairs. I am, of course, thrilled that the conference is still flourishing and has made a name for itself globally. But a milestone such as this one also prompts one to reflect on how much progress has been made in the intervening years. What has changed for the better? What hasn't changed at all? And how do we ensure that we are all moving together in the right direction? A decade ago, I addressed this conference about the disproportionately high levels of humanitarian suffering in Muslim majority countries, about poverty, displacement, and political instability. In particular, I highlighted the United Nations Human Development Report of 2014, which revealed that only 1/3 of member countries of the OIC had high or very high levels of human development. There were, at that time, more member countries with low human development than with high and very high combined. The numbers certainly threw into sharp relief the suffering and hardship experienced by so many of our fellow Muslims around the world. On the United Nations Human Development Index, HDI, I have some positive news to share. In the decade since I first addressed this conference, the number of OIC member countries with low human development has decreased, while the number with high and very high development has increased. There are now 26 member countries in the highest two categories and only 20 in the lowest meaning that the balance appears to be tipping slowly but surely in the right direction. And yet, the same UN Human Development Report that reveals these recent figures also contains a dire warning. Because while human development recovery is proving highly unequal, the gap between countries with the lowest and the highest development levels is widening, with countries at the lower end of the index at risk of being left behind. What's more, the latest report shows that global hunger levels have reversed in recent years, with undernourishment reaching levels not seen for over a decade. The world has seen reductions in civil liberties, especially for women. And these particular measures were declining even pre-COVID. Forced displacement is going up at record levels, and civilian casualties as a result of war are on the rise after years of decline. When I addressed this conference 2 years ago, there was a prevailing sense of optimism. The world was emerging, albeit slowly, from the darkest days of the pandemic. We were reuniting as a species, sharing our humanity, as the conference theme so aptly put back then, gathered in the same rooms once again. But less than 2 years later, I must confess, that sense of optimism has been dampened quite considerably. It is not only that the UN report findings shed light on the uneven recovery taking place around the world. Since October 2022, 2 major conflicts affecting Muslim majority populations have broken out. The Sudanese civil war, and of course, the conflict in Gaza today. Meanwhile, the war in Ukraine, which began in early 2022, has continued into a 3rd year, inflicting significant and prolonged hardship on the country's citizens. Across these global conflicts, innocent civilians of many faiths, Muslim and non-Muslim, including thousands of women and children, are bearing the brunt of the suffering. Killed, wounded, forced out of their homes, and in many cases, now facing intensifying food shortages. I pray for peace to prevail in all conflict-torn regions of our world, and I hope all those of you here today will join me in doing the same. In light of the HDI trends and the terrible conflicts I have spoken about just now, it seems only fitting that since the last gathering of this conference, our focus today should once again be on humanity. This year's theme, as you know, is Together We Stand, Muslims and Global Humanity. In what remains of my speech, I want to focus on that first word, together. With the gap between the richest and poorest countries growing, and with international conflicts on the rise, it is clear that even as a global Muslim community, our Ummah, we are not currently united in a shared experience. We are not standing together. Some of us thrive, while others, even at this very moment, are suffering dreadful hardships and deprivation. And so today, I want to reflect on how we can help some of the most vulnerable members of our international communities. In particular, those living in poverty and hardship, as well as children from all backgrounds. I say this: we do not stand together until all of us are standing. We must not be content to leave a single member of our global community behind. Indeed, it is our duty to help. For as the Quran teaches us, if anyone saves a life, it will be as if he had saved all of humanity. The Quranic message here is unapologetic and universal. It is about all of humanity, regardless of faith or creed. As Muslims, we are enjoined to help everyone to stand together and to stand together with everyone. So we must take action, and soon, to help vulnerable Muslims and non-Muslims alike before it is too late. Now, I believe there are already success stories to be shared in this area. There is no shying away from the seriousness of the international situation today, or the worrying downward trends I highlighted earlier on. But there are many reasons for hope, and these, I think, are as important to acknowledge as the warning bells that tell us we are charting the wrong course. When I addressed this conference 10 years ago, I spoke of the shockingly disproportionate share of the global Muslim population who live in abject poverty. At that time, the figure, based on the 2014 UN report, was around 80%. While there have been some improvements over the past decade, the story today is not much better. Well over half of the countries in the low human development category of the UN's latest report are OIC members. Muslim majority populations are still vastly overrepresented among the world's poorest. And just as concerningly, studies indicate that even in countries with very high human development, Muslim populations are often living with deprivation. In the United Kingdom, for example, around half of the Muslims are estimated to be living in poverty, compared to only 18% of the population as a whole. It is not right that so many of our Muslim brothers and sisters around the world are living without the resources to cover their basic day-to-day needs, We cannot stand together if some of us are fighting to simply survive. Fortunately, Islam has inbuilt mechanisms to redress these imbalances and provide for those in need. Charity, generosity, philanthropy. These are enshrined in the very foundations of our faith. There is a well-known hadith that says, "He is not a believer whose stomach is filled while his neighbor goes hungry." And so, we have many Islamic channels through which to ensure that all of our neighbors are well fed. Zakat, or the obligatory tax for Muslims to achieve social justice through the distribution of wealth, is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And additional mechanisms such as waqaf or endowments and sadaqah or voluntary charity promote giving as a core principle of Islamic life. Estimates suggest that global zakat contributions alone could be worth as much as $1 trillion each year. $1 trillion. Think about this. That is truly an astonishing figure. So, given the size of that figure, how is it that so many of our Muslim brothers and sisters are still struggling even to subsist? The problem is partly one of scale. Yes, Islamic social finance is worth a vast amount of money. But the scale of the poverty we seek to combat is vast as well. It has numerous complex and overlapping causes, including war, displacement, extreme weather, and famine. Such crises are highly challenging to address. There is a global gap between humanitarian development need and funding, and Islamic finance is not exempt from this. Moreover, while the value of Islamic social finance globally is very large, OIC member countries together raise only a modest fraction of that sum, a little under $200 million, or around 0.02% of the higher end estimates for the global value of zakat. What this means is that the countries with the greatest need have the least access to the resources they require to alleviate want and suffering. We must do more to mobilize the funds raised through Islamic social finance mechanisms, and I am delighted that there is already momentum in this area. More and more digital and fintech platforms are enabling Muslims around the world to channel their compulsory zakat and voluntary sadaqah donations towards the causes that matter most to them. And this, I hope, will lead to an increasing redistribution of funding to support those most in need. The vast and challenging nature of the problem, however, also calls for action from big players in the finance industry. Individuals alone can make an enormous difference, but we need large-scale coordinated efforts if we are to truly eradicate the acute, multi-dimensional poverty being suffered around the world. I am proud that Malaysia has been a member of the Islamic Development Bank for 50 years, almost since the bank's foundation in 1975. As this is a prime example of a large-scale financial organization with humanitarian support built into its very structure. Such institutions can mobilize large sums of money and partner with other high-profile organizations to grow the pool of development resources, as with the IDB's Lives and Livelihoods Fund. This is a fund that seeks to establish sustainable routes out of poverty. It focuses on sustainable development for local communities, supporting healthcare infrastructure and agricultural projects so as to give people the tools to help themselves. Writing on poverty and the challenges of humanitarian development, the chairman of the IDB recently quoted the Indian philosopher and economist Amartya Sen. It is a quote that for me resonated so strongly with the theme of this year's conference that I felt compelled to share it here. Professor Sen states that poverty is not just a lack of money. It is not having the capability to realize one's full potential as a human being. Poverty does not merely deprive people of material possessions, but eats away at optimism, at opportunity, and even at humanity itself. If we are to stand together as a global Muslim community, the Ummah, we must find ways to help our fellow Muslims around the world to stand tall and proud, raised out of want and suffering, to realize their full potential. As Muslims, after all, we have one kalimah, one qibla, and one Quran. Our faith unites us through these core foundations, urging us all to stand together. United in this way, even the poorest and most vulnerable can become strong. So, given the sheer number of Muslims across the globe, and given the wealth and privilege that many of us do enjoy, we should be able to come together in strength and solidarity to shape the policies that affect the Muslim world and to make a positive impact on the whole of humanity. And yet, at the present moment, we have been unable to do anything to help the millions of Muslims suffering in poverty, or even to help the poor people of Gaza. Going forward, we must do more to ensure that our collective wealth, our collective power is used to support those who are less fortunate, for the good of those individuals, for the well-being and strength of the Ummah, and ultimately for humanity itself. For I firmly believe that we as Muslims have a powerful and positive contribution to make to the global community. We must lift up our fellow Muslims so that they too can help to make the world a brighter, better place for everyone in it. Before I finish, there is one other vulnerable group I wish to highlight, and the future of global humanity quite literally depends on them. I am, of course, talking about children. Children of all faiths and background are disproportionately affected by poverty, while they comprise only a third of the global population. They represent half of those subsisting on less than the bare minimum. At the present moment, children are also suffering disproportionately in humanitarian crises and conflict situations. There are currently 4 million children in Sudan facing acute malnutrition. In Ukraine, the United Nations estimates that 3.5 million children are living under severe to catastrophic levels of need. And in Gaza, half of the 1.7 million people displaced from their homes are children. These children are losing their families, their homes, their loved ones, and all too often, tragically, their lives. Even those who survive through conflict and famine are at risk of losing their futures. Because all too often, children living through these situations do not have access to education. Almost all children in Sudan are now out of school. And in Gaza, the latest UN estimate suggests that at least 80% of schools have been destroyed in the war. Indeed, the scale of the destruction is such that scholars worldwide have now coined a shameful new word in our human lexicon: scholasticide. Scholasticide. In the world as a whole today, nearly 250 million children are out of school, a staggering figure. And due to the correlation between poverty and poor school provision, many of those millions are in the Muslim world. Despite global progress on achieving gender parity, there are still a disproportionate number of young girls missing out on education in regions in crisis, with female students 2.5 times more likely to be out of school in countries experiencing conflict. In my first ever speech at this conference a decade ago, I spoke about the vital importance of education and the shortfalls in this area across OIC countries. If 10 years later, I sound like a broken record, it is because we, as a global community, have a broken record of providing a solid educational foundation for all of our young people. But we can make progress in this area, and I know that because we have already made progress. A sustained focus on female education here in Malaysia has resulted in a significant increase in the percentage of women enrolled in tertiary education, from only 10% in the 1950s to over 50% today. World Bank projects in Egypt and Nigeria have increased teacher training and retention and improved educational attainment in these countries. Across the Islamic world, literacy rates have improved dramatically over the past 30 years or so, with 25 Muslim majority countries achieving literacy rates of over 90%, well above the global average as of 2018. Many of the problems facing our world, the global community, and the Muslim Ummah are complicated, deep-rooted, and difficult to solve. They stem from a complex web of political, environmental, and financial causes, and they require more than funding if a solution is to be found. But the educational success stories I have just cited indicate that in this sphere at least, investment does yield returns. And we must invest in opportunities for children around the world because they are the problem solvers of tomorrow. We must stand up for every child's right to an education, even in conflict and crisis situations. And we must remember that this is about ensuring a brighter future for humanity. Those of you who were here at the last gathering in 2022 may remember that on that occasion, I ended with the words of a certain song. I know that there have been fewer opportunities for singing in today's speech so far. There is no shying away from the fact that the world feels more troubled, not less, than it did 2 years ago. We are at risk of moving in the wrong direction, away from progress, and when that happens, it is the vulnerable who suffer disproportionately. Those already lacking in the basic resources for day-to-day survival, and the children deprived of the opportunity to make their mark on the world. This year's conference is all about standing together, both as Muslims and as a global human community. And so, I felt that it would be remiss of me to strike the same celebratory note that I did last time when millions of people, including so many of our Muslim brothers and sisters around the world, are facing increasing hardship in war and poverty. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that the Muslim Ummah is like one body, when any part is in pain, the whole body is in pain. Across the globe, whether in Gaza or Sudan, our Muslim brothers and sisters are in pain, and we must feel pain. We must feel that pain together with them. And we must recognize the pain of non-Muslims too, in conflict situations like Ukraine, but also everywhere else in the world, as we strive for a truly global understanding of humanity. May this motivate us to reach out our hands and to help others to their feet, so that we can at last all stand together on the brink of a brighter future. Countering the evils of poverty and conflict is no easy task. But I hope that all of you, like me, can see there are reasons for optimism. There are success stories amid the challenges. We have made progress before, and we will make progress again. Particularly in the sphere of education, if we invest, then we will see results, enabling our global community to stand together, not only for today, but for all our tomorrows as well. As another well-known song goes, I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. I know that today's conference will help to lead the way back to the path of progress. I wish you all a productive and enlightening time at this conference. Thank you.
Ampun tuanku, patut sekalian terima kasih tuanku. Let us offer a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, for the excellent, earnest, and exceptional royal keynote address delivered by His Royal Highness, sharing insights, information, and making an impact. Simply outstanding. Thank you. Please be seated. Ampun tuanku. We will now begin the distinguished royal session with the presence of His Royal Highness. May I invite on stage the moderator for the distinguished royal session by inviting Dr. Afifi Al-Akiti, Kuwait Fellow, Oxford Center of Islamic Studies, United Kingdom, and panel of distinguished speakers consisting of His Excellency Dr. Yusuf Kala, 10 and 12 Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Dr. Naledi Pandor, 12th Foreign Minister, Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. George Yeo, 5th Foreign Minister, Republic of Singapore, and Professor Fawaz A. Jerjes, Founding Director, Middle East Center, London School of Economics, to kindly take the seats on stage. Before beginning, may I be given the honor to speak a bit about the profile of Dr. Afifi Al-Akiti. He is the Kuwait Fellow at the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies and lectures at the Faculty of Theology, Oxford University Orders Faculty. He is the first Malaysian to be appointed to such a position in the world's famous university. From 2018 to 2022, Dr. Afifi was appointed by the Conference of Rulers, Malaysia, as Deputy Chairman to the high-level panel on the Federation Administration of Islam that looked into a commission that is institutional reforms of the Islamic religious establishment at the federal level in Malaysia. In 2023, Dr. Afifi was appointed as the Fellow of the Royal Academy of Jordan by His Majesty the King of Jordan. Since 2010, Dr. Afifi has been listed in the Muslim 500 as the world's 500 most influential Muslim. Dr. Afifi, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Moderator. Your Royal Highness, Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since I've been flown all the way from Oxford to chair this session, we'll do a very brisk Oxford tutorial. And in fact, the tutorial essay will be based on His Royal Highness's wonderful royal keynote just now, and all of the panelists essentially will be responding to this in their different ways. So I will start with Her Excellency Dr. Pandor, of course, the very famous, of course, Dr. Pandor. We went back in, a few months back when, we all remember you watching through the various senior common rooms in Oxford, giving that press conference coming out of the World Court. And so we're really honored to have you here, because this is an example, an interesting example where His Royal Highness talked about standing together as a global community, coming from South Africa, of course, a country that is not normally associated, particularly with the Muslim world, that your country basically brought the state of Israel to the World Court, to the ICJ. And this is basically a reminder, particularly, I think, with the equivalent to the Foreign Minister of Europe, Joseph Borrell, who said actually this year, in fact, February of this year, he said, the era of Western dominance has indeed definitively ended. And he has warned Europe that against dividing the world into the West and the rest of the world. Why? Because of the Gaza crisis, for instance, and he made this clear. The global South, the rising global South, see, the double standard that is actually happening. And can you imagine it, Dr. Pandor? I mean, 2 years earlier, this is the very same EU foreign minister who said something like the rest of the world is like a jungle, and, wanting to come to Europe, in that sense. So perhaps, if you could, touch on this rise of the global South, particularly with BRICS, and I think the Malaysian government has made the announcement, I believe, Prime Minister, a few days ago, yesterday, that they are applying to the alliance of the economic alliance between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa in 2010, of course. And indeed, this year, we've got BRICS Plus, with the entry of Iran, Ethiopia, and even the UAE, for instance. And this is an example of standing together as a global community, not simply just for Muslims, and something which I suppose we are all very proud of the fact of what South Africa did. Please, Your Excellency, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Your Royal Highness, Excellency Prime Minister, Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, and all distinguished leaders and delegates, allow me to greet you in the universal greeting, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think the first point I would want to make in response to this essay question is to say that His Royal Highness spoke in detail about humanity. And I think this is a very, very important concept, because what we must never do as Muslims is isolate ourselves from our communities broadly and from the rest of the world. And recognizing that we're part of humanity will ensure that we relate with all in the world, and that we convey the progressive and positive values of Islam to all. We have been maligned in the public domain. We need to improve, Your Royal Highness, our own communication about ourselves, who we are, what our principles and values are. But to respond to your question, I wish to say that it's absolutely vital that when you describe a problem, before you conclude your deliberation, you must have some reflection on a phrase that we use in the liberation movements in South Africa. And that phrase is, what is to be done? This is a very important question for us as revolutionaries, as progressive forces, as agents of change to address. And what is to be done is we must become social actors. We should be horrified at what is happening to the people of Palestine. And we are observers of this murderous onslaught against a population that has been occupied and dominated by a cruel force for so many decades. And yet, still, as the Ummah, we buy Coca-Cola. We do not use our economic power to indicate our disdain for what is happening to the people of Palestine. So what is vital is analysis must be followed by action. And one of the powers we have is our resource of consumer power. We need to use that effectively, just as that was done with apartheid South Africa. We need to consider boycotts and sanctions, because to merely protest is not enough. It makes the matter public, but when the economy is hit, then the rich that are the primary supporters of the State of Israel begin to take notice that change is expected. So I fully agree with the entire statement that has been presented by His Royal Highness. I believe that among us, as Muslims, as people of the South, lies a great power for the good. But we have tended to be shy about utilizing it. We've tended to place ourselves in the background. I think the time has come for us to emerge and to play a role in making the world different. When you have the great principles and values that drive our daily living, you cannot make them a resource that you keep in a secret place. You must share this with the world, and you must make it the driver of your action in the interest of the entire humanity. So I believe that what we should be addressing is what is to be done. What should we do to change the perspective that the West has placed on how the world would recommend is at our conferences, women should be in the front and not at the back. This is how we'll show the world that we are changing and that we are becoming different. Because we have created an impression that by virtue of our religion, women are less equal than men. And I think we need to say that in Islam, this cannot be true. Because the Prophet, may peace be upon him, ensured that the women in his community and family were recognized for their strength and were indeed the resource for the family during his time. And of course, we do know that he said that heaven lies at the feet of your mother. So why do we treat our women in this way? So I believe to change the world, let the women come to the fore. Let the women play their full role in changing society. In that way, we will achieve a difference. And for the people of Gaza, let us not be visible sometimes. Let us be visible all the time. The struggle of Gaza is not over when we protest. It is over when the people of Palestine enjoy freedom, justice, and self-determination. Until that happens, let us be actors in society. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Lovely, Dr. Pando. And incidentally, Dr. Pando, it's the very reason because you're the only lady panelist. You started first, by the way, leading from the front. We'll now turn to His Excellency, the Vice President of Indonesia, former, that is, of course, Pak Jeka. And this is something which, in His Royal Highness's keynote address, touched about particularly the importance of the Muslim countries, the Muslim nations, to lead by example. And there was a very powerful call to action there in the speech. And I was wondering, Your Excellency, if you could perhaps share with us the Indonesian experience, particularly the importance of mediating conflict and wars, And I know that in Indonesia, in fact, yourself in particular, and I've had the experience of mediating between Russia and Ukraine on the one hand. And in fact, tomorrow, I believe that you are here in Malaysia partly because of the peace process of the southern Thailand. But perhaps for the audience, Pak Jeka, if you could say the importance of why Muslim countries should be leading on mediating really for peace and in areas of conflict to bring global peace.
Thank you. Excellency, Pak Datuk, Yang Mulia Sultan dan Perdana Menteri, moderator. I'm in last months, I visit many countries in Muslim countries. And after seeing, I see that there are three categories for Muslim countries. First, who tend to moderns, like Qatar, UAE, now Saudis, Turkeys. And the other thing, more conservative, back to conservative, like Afghanistan, Iran. And we are in Southeast Asia in moderation, wasatiyah. But if we say about humanity, no humanity without peace. And why peace? Because so many conflicts. Accordingly to information that 60% of the conflict in the last 10 years in the world occur in Islamic countries, 60%. Look at starting Afghanistan, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, now in Palestine, in Sudan. It's so much. 60% of all conflict in the world have occurred in Muslim countries. Why that? I think there are some three reasons why so many conflicts in Muslim countries. First, inequality. Inequality between the countries and inequalities in international world inequality. The second is ideology. Many ideologies, like Khalifa or Al-Banna, that Islam is state, like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, they make it. And the third is poverty, as Sultan mentions about poverty in the world in Islamic countries, especially where there. Three reasons why so many conflicts in the world, and how to make it. In the recent experiences, for instance, Aceh, many people think that Aceh, because Sharia, needed Sharia, no. The conflict in Aceh because economy, equality in economy. Aceh very rich with oil and gas, but still poor, because they get only 15% from revenue of oil and gas before. Solution, what we are making, give him better for 15%. Now, Aceh, if gain 70% of all production revenue is for Aceh itself. In Poso and Maluku, they sing because Muslim and Christian. No. Result is Muslim Christian because inequality in politics. Because after reform, we are tending to the liberal democracy, the winner take all. And because there are more Muslim and all politics position in Muslim countries, Christian population. And why they is politics getting to conflict within religion? Because if conflict within a religion, all thinking about paradise. that jihadi. And the other thing is Christians saying it is war because religions. And I come there, I say, no, all of you going to hell because Muslim and Christian don't say about you kill and we kill going to paradise. No, going to hell. And they stop. Easier because they think we change this idea. And Indonesia, that's why in Indonesia we are going to experience in a peace. We are now working for cooperation with Malaysia as advisor to Afghanistan or to Thailand. And we are going to Afghanistan long before, because we're thinking, we advise them not civil war in Afghanistan. They will stop it, civil war in Afghanistan, or when Taliban, I visited Taliban in Kabul many times before, and they understand about that. They understand it. We invite them to Jakarta even before we had Taliban. No country we can invite Taliban, we fight Taliban. To see that Muslim not like that. Muslim not like you're thinking. Look, Indonesia, we are very moderate about that. I think we can learn because ideologies consisting in many kinds of them. The war, of course, needed peace. No humanity without peace. Every day we see in TV how people in Gaza, how people in Yemen and even in Syria, that if thinking the world will be peace, world will be humanity, first thinking about peace. And we should do it togetherness, and we can make it unity between the world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you, indeed. And next to turn to our tutorial answer, in fact, would be His Excellency Mr. George Yeo. Now, much like Dr. Pando, you're a very experienced member of cabinet from Singapore in the past, with the foreign portfolio, you were trade minister, information minister, including health minister. So the only thing you share with Dr. Pando, of course, is the foreign ministry, and Dr. Pando incidentally was Ministry of Education plus Home Minister as well, in fact, and science. Sir George, I was in fact wondering, particularly looking at His Royal Highness's speech, there is perhaps one could detect an inherent tension in the whole title, together we stand, and Muslims on the one hand, and global humanity. So there is that creative, even familial, family tension. And perhaps this is something you could share with us, your wisdom, Your Excellency, on how could other Muslim countries, what could they learn from the Singapore experience, particularly in navigating religious tolerance and religious respect in an increasingly multipolar world? And Singapore being that little red dot in this region, and how they've managed to navigate, and if I may say so, in differentiated minority in a differentiating majority context in that sense. Let us benefit from your wisdom there, Excellency.
Thank you, Dr. Afifi, Sultan Azrin, PM, DPM, distinguished guests. I feel so honored as a non-Muslim, as a Roman Catholic, to be invited to come for this conference. When I was foreign minister, I made a state visit to Syria around 2009, before the great unraveling. And I visited Aleppo. I was the guest of the chief mufti of Syria, Sheikh Ahmed Badaruddin al-Hassoun. I had attended his lecture in Singapore before that, and was impressed by his message. He gave this sermon. I paraphrase. A father has 5 sons. One a Muslim, one a Christian, one a Jew, one a Hindu, one a Buddhist. Whom would the father love the most? He said, surely the son who loved all the others. The son who loved all the others. we are all monotheists here. And we acknowledge one Father, and therefore all of us are brothers and sisters. Then why do we hate each other so much? So the idea of fraternity, the call by His Highness for us to share common humanity, this is a struggle. It's a jihad. It is a daily struggle within the family, among us, how, despite our differences, our conflicts, our dislikes, we take a step back and say, no, in the end we are one family. So Dr. Afifi, you talk about Singapore. In Singapore, no religion is in the majority. It's like on planet Earth, no religion is in the majority. But we share the planet. And as Singaporeans, we share a tiny island. And we say we are one family. A Singaporean family, a global family. Yet, this diversity, we should never see as a problem. Because without diversity, we are not human beings. Each of us has a name. Each of us is uniquely created. Therefore, we must be different. Therefore, we must be diverse. A mother understands this instinctively, that all the children are different. And therefore, each requires separate consideration. Fathers are a bit rougher, but mothers understand it the most profoundly. In 2019, in February, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmad bin Taib, and Pope Francis, they signed a declaration on a common humanity, where they said we must have a culture of dialogue. A culture of dialogue. We must talk. We must express sincerely, honestly, sensitively our views. Then they said we must walk a path of mutual cooperation. That if there are problems which confront us, find a way, compromise, find a way forward. This is the only path. And they also said there must be reciprocal understanding. It's easy to express our feelings, to describe our hurts, to feel unjustly treated. But it's so difficult to put ourselves in the shoes of the other person, how he or she feels, what he or she deems to be their hurt, the injustice done to them. I know it's so difficult, but between Ukrainians and Russians, they are Slavic brothers. But there's so much hatred. But when we talk about the mother, the suffering mother, and the weeping child, or the weeping mother and the suffering child, each can understand the other, even if only for a moment. And sometimes I wonder if when we are angry, if we can just pause, even if for 1 second, put ourselves in the position of the other. I think that alone will calm us down. I think the world needs much more of that. This pause to say, look, why do they feel this way? The fight for justice sometimes prevents us from seeing the other side. And sometimes the greatest evil comes from self-righteousness. In the social media today, there is fragmentation because we go to the sites which we like. And these sites amplify our feelings. If we're angry, it makes us angrier. If we like something, it makes us like that thing more. But the result is fragmentation. And this is very dangerous because the world is entering a new phase. Multipolarity is good. But multipolarity without a sense of a common humanity, which is really the theme of this conference, can lead to strife, discord, hatred. And dare I say, as we saw in the opening of the Paris Olympics, it leads to a new form of polytheism. Everyone declares that he has the truth, but each sees his own community as being different, sees others as communities to be hated. Then we have become polytheistic again. So when we talk about common humanity, a common humanity is a struggle for monotheism. It's a struggle for fraternity. And it's a daily struggle. And each of us, where we can, in our own little circle, because we cannot all be heroic, try to be a peacemaker, try to promote understanding, seek cooperation, but always maintain, as Sheikh Taib, Ahmad Taib, and Pope Francis reminded us, seek dialogue first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. We now turn to our so-called fourth student in this case, Professor Gargas. Of course, is a distinguished professor of international relations. And this is a very, it's a free advertisement for which he now has his latest book. It's just now out, literally a few days ago. And it's called What Really Went Wrong? The Failure of Democracy in the Middle East. And this is published by Yale University Press as part of their famous, Yale's Big Argument series. And I can't but help, Fawaz, given the weight of His Royal Highness's speech just now when we heard about the dismal performance of those OIC countries. And I can't help, although I have not read, thank you very much for the book you gave me, but I think your book, What Really Went Wrong, perhaps has some origins from Bernard Lewis's What Went Wrong. And perhaps in this case, you're trying to chart this middle way. So perhaps could you explain it to the audience then? What really went wrong in the Muslim world that we do have this dismal performance from these OIC countries? Please.
In 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
In 5 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Wa barakatuh. Your Royal Highness, Your Honor. Really, you have already put on the table some of the major challenges facing our humanity. But with all due humility, the state of the world is in a much more dire situation than many of us think today. I want to make 3 points today to just give you a glimpse, a very, sadly, very gloomy glimpse of where we are in the world. And then I'll come back to Dr. Pandor's, again, in 1 minute, what's to be done. I think if you ask me, where are we today? I think we're living in a moment in history that could be defined as an inflection point. It's an inflection point. For some of you students, an inflection point in history is where you have the convergence of multiple crises, economic, political, ideological, and military crises in the world. I mean, let's take stock of what we have quickly. You have a devastating war in the heart of Europe. It's not just a war between Russia and the Ukraine. Think of the loose talks about the use of tactical nuclear weapons in the past 3 years. It's the first time since the end of the Cold War that basically the unthinkable is being thought. in the heart of Europe, and this is absolutely correct. It's really a civil war among Europeans. And for many of us, the fact is that there is a great deal of loose talk about nuclear weapons is extremely alarming. You have a genocide war in the heart of the Middle East in Gaza, and this particular war in Gaza could easily spin out of control and basically escalate into a wider regional conflict. This is not a theoretical question. It could really take just a spark to turn this war in Gaza into a wider regional conflict in which not just Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and even the United States will most likely join this particular wider war if and when it happens. You have here in the heart of, in Asia, you have China and the United States. There's a race against time, each one of them now arming itself for when the confrontation comes. There is a great deal of fear among students and scholars of both the United States and China that the confrontation between China and the United States is a matter of time, if when, not whether this particular confrontation could occur. You have a really existential ecological crisis. I mean, this is the very existence of many countries in the world is threatened. I don't need to tell you about it, we don't have the time. You have the rise of ethnic nationalism all over the world, hyper-populism. You have Islamophobia really, basically expanding like wildfire in many Western countries. And we hardly talk about this particular. And this inflection point in the history of the world, where you really could easily have, the very existence of our humanity is at stake, brings me to my second point. What we really have in the global system in the world is what I call vacuum of global leadership. Where are the adults today in the room? Take the United States, the most powerful nation in the world. The United States is deeply engaged both in the Ukraine and Gaza. The greatest power in the world is feeding the war in Gaza. I don't have the time to go into detail to give you an idea what the United States is doing. It's not just ammunition, it's not just arms, it's not just political support for Israel. It's operational intelligence on an hourly basis, providing targets for Israel, supposedly to target Hamas leaders, but that's a different question. You have basically where's the Security Council? It's basically been now marginalized, excluded. And when you have the Secretary General of the United Nations called an epidemic of impunity in the world. You can do anything now, literally. Because the system itself is at such a dangerous point that basically neither the United Nations nor the Security Council could really take any particular actions in order to really basically apply the brakes on this kind of escalation worldwide. My third point is that, so what's to be done? And my take on it is that what we are seeing, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, the emergence of really what we call pivotal powers in the world, call them emerging economies, major powers in the world, South Africa, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brazil, Mexico, India, we can talk about, and these emerging great powers in terms of really coming together, standing together, not only they want to really basically advance the national interest, but they have a different kind of worldview, a kind of vision. They want to really somehow bring about a much more humane world, a much more peaceful world, a much more less violent world that basically addresses their concerns and basically allow them to live in a world that is more inclusive and more diverse. And quickly, I think the intervention of South Africa and the International Court of Justice is a case in point. South Africa is not about supporting Hamas or basically is anti-Israelis. It's about supporting international humanitarian law. It's about the right to protection. It's about humanity. So here you have South Africa, and you have the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been preaching in the past, well, quite a few years, but in the past 10 months, that he is waging a war of civilization against barbarism and the barbarians. Civilization versus barbarism. And again, for all of you young students, I don't need to remind you to unpack what the term civilization and barbarism means in history, right? Just last Wednesday, the Israeli Prime Minister addressed a joint, basically both houses in the Congress, where he made it very clear openly. He said, we are waging a war on behalf of the Judeo-Christian world, literally. Good versus evil. Israel is a beachfront, is a fortress. We are fighting a war against the barbarians. And what he really means by the barbarians, not Hamas, he really means the Palestinians and the Iranians and other Arabs and Muslims. My take on it in terms of what's to be done, no. This is not a religious war. That is, we should not fall into the cultural trap of what Netanyahu and other haters would like us to believe. This is not, and this is where I think it's about time that we stand up together. This particular, what I would really like to see as an academic, I can be much more forthcoming. What I like to see is an alliance for humanity. An alliance for humanity, those emerging new states, Indonesia, South Africa, Singapore, Brazil, Mexico, that this alliance for humanity, what I call the third way, that avoids basically taking side in the new emerging global fault lines in the world. Because we know what this particular bipolar fault line will take us. It will take us in, we take a different road, a different path, and this particular path is to really aspire. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not gonna be easy, but aspire to build a more inclusive humanity, a more diverse humanity, a more peaceful humanity, and finally, I would say a more just humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Your Royal Highness, Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, even if for a fleeting moment this morning Perak has somewhat become the capital of the rising global south, we have much to, in fact, learn from the discussions that we had had from your speech, Your Highness. One thing that stands to our mind, indeed, would be, despite the multipolarity of this world, so long as we keep humanity in our sights and our focus, inshallah, we hope that in the next 2 years, we'll be able to hear better songs from His Royal Highness, inshallah, there. So here, we hope that this Oxford mini tutorial now has reached indeed its end point, and here endeth the Oxford tutorial on Together We Stand, Muslims and Global Humanity. Thank you very much.
Abu Tuanku, we have all listened very attentively to our four renowned and esteemed speakers sharing their insights, and may I invite back the speakers back to their respective seats. Thank you once again. Another big hand to the incredible moderator, and of course our panel of honorable, esteemed and learned speakers. Thank you once again to Dr. Afifi Al-Akiti, His Excellency Dr. Yusuf Kala, Her Excellency Dr. Nalindi Pandor, from South Africa, His Excellency Mr. George Yeo, and Professor Fawaz Ejgeges. Thank you very much once again. Ampun Tuanku, Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the conclusion of the opening ceremony of the 7th World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization 2024. On behalf of Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah, we extend our utmost appreciation and gratitude to Your Royal Highness for your gracious presence here today. Next will be a short exhibition visit by His Royal Highness, by the Great Sultan Perak, together accompanied by Honorable Prime Minister Excellencies, and VVIPs. Thank you once again for your participation and may the conference be a resounding success. Ampun tuanku, beribu ampun, sembah patik, mohon diampun. Announcing the departure of His Royal Highness, the Sultan of Perak Darul Ridwan, accompanied by Honorary Prime Minister of Malaysia and distinguished VIPs.